undermine your faith in life itself. And I've seen both of those situations, ugly situations, murderously ugly situations, and then they're opposite, where people have had terrible things happen to them as a family, and they pull together and they rebuild the damn ship and they sail away. So that seems to me to be a lot better. That makes you know when the flood comes. We're all facing the same thing. Well, who are you? So that's how people usually identify. Maybe we have no plan at all. They're just in chaos, right? That's like even the belly of the beast. Chaos, they have no plan. They're just chaos itself. And that's a very dreadful situation for people to be in. Or maybe they conjure together a plan. That's their identity. It's kind of fragile and they're holding on to that with everything they've got. It's a little stick of wood that they're floating in the ocean, clinging to. So they're identifying really hard with that plan. That's what happens when you're an ideologue. If you're identifying really hard with that plan, the problem is something comes up to confront it. Well, how do you act? You can't let go of the plan if you drown. And you think you're rigid. Well, that's no good because you can't learn anything. And then if that's you, you're a totalitarian, you're not going to learn anything. You're going to end up in something that's close enough to hell so you won't be able to make it. So you might drag everyone along with you. That's happened plenty of times. The whole story is the 20th century. It happens over and over and over. It happens in people's states. It happens in your business organizations. It happens in your cities. It happens in your provinces. It happens in your states. And it happens in their psyches all at the same time. You can't blame the manifestation of that sort of thing on any of those one levels. It happens when a society goes down that way. It goes down everywhere at the same time. It's not the totalitarians at the top and all the happy people striving to be free at the bottom. It's not that at all. It's totalitarianism at every single level of the hierarchy, including the psychological. And so you don't want to be the thing, you don't want to be in chaos, that's for sure, but you don't want to be the thing that clings so desperately to the raft that you can't let go when someone comes to rescue you. You don't want to be that. So then you think, well, exactly what are you? You're not the chaos, you're not the plan. Maybe you're the thing that confronts the obstacle. And I would say that's the categorical lesson that psychology thinks of for as it has to do with personal transformation. That's what you always teach people in psychotherapy. I don't care what sort of psychotherapist you are. You're always teaching them the same thing. You're the thing that you're not the plan. You're the thing that can confront the obstacle to the plan. And then when you know even further that the obstacle is not only an obstacle but opportunity itself, so then your whole view of the world can change. Because you might think, well, I've got this plan, something up to objective. It's possible that this thing is objective has something to teach you that will take you to the place where you develop a better plan. That's a nice framework to use. But are you so sure that this is a problem? Is that the only way that you can look at it? Or is it an opportunity? I mean, I'm not trying to be, naively optimistic. There are some things that it's pretty hard to extract gold from some dragons to the death of family members. Is a good example of that. But even in a situation like that, I can tell you that it's an opportunity for maturation. That's for sure. And the thing is, you might say, well, it's pretty miserable to go be looking for gold when someone's falling into the grave. Well, if they really love you, first of all, that's what they want you to do. And second, you're going to make their death a lot more palatable experience for them. If you're someone who can be in the room and be helpful instead of being quivering in the corner and feeling that the entire world is collapsing in on you. I mean, that's another. You want to be the useful person at the funeral. How's that for a goal? That's a good goal, man. You know that you've got yourself together in a situation like that, because you're going to be at them. And maybe you want to be the person on whose shoulder people cry. That'd be a good goal. It's kind of, I don't like being naive or optimistic, so when I tell you to get your life together, I'm not going to say roses and sunshine. It's like, that's paddling for a fool. But it really is something to be the reliable person at a funeral. This idea is really circumstantiation. You have this idea that you had a potential future self. Everything that you put in. And then it manifests itself moment to moment in the present moment by making you interested in it. And the things that you're interested in are the things that will guide you on the path that will lead you to that sort of development. Now, it sounds like a metaphysical idea. Whereas like me, that's where the pool is. Symbolic. That would be a pool. The mask. The mask. So you're gonna error with the process. And that's what they don't test it. First thing that happens is all these big figures launch into the mother big father's house where they're like 84 is that they run into all sorts of trouble, and some of it's social, some of it's natural, some of it's a consequence of their own moral analysis. So they're fools. But the thing that's so interesting is that despite the fact that they're still on the adventure, and that they're capable of learning enough as a consequence of moving forward on the adventure, so that they straighten themselves out across time. So it's like this circumambulation, continual continual circle in some sense, moving between. You might notice that beings in your life go back across your experiences. You see, you have your typical experience that sort of repeats itself. And there might be variations in beings, but it's like there's certainly as you move through time. That's a certain relation. Remember that. Look back. Well, they sometimes do something deliver before it. Gone. Well, first of all, it's paralyzed. How do I know for you to do that? It's probably a stupid idea. Proper response to that is, you're right, it probably is a stupid idea. Because almost all ideas are stupid. And so the probability that as you move forward on your It's the #1 change that's holding you back, a lack of belief in yourself. You watch these videos because you know you've got something more inside you. You've got Michael Jordan level genius at something. So today, let's make your best belief life to get some amazing motivation from Jordan Peterson. Enjoy. Treat yourself like you're someone that you care about. See, I read this piece of work by Jung a long while back, and it was a meditation on the injunction to treat your neighbor as you would like to be treated, something like that. And what Jung pointed out, which I really liked, was that that wasn't an injunction to be nice to other people. It was an invitation to reciprocity. It was something like this. It's like, you should figure out how you would like to be treated, like you were taking care of yourself, not how you would like people to respond to you. It's more important than that. It's like, imagine you had a child that you really cared for, and someone said, well, people will treat this child exactly like you want them to, but you have to figure out what that is. And so maybe you'd have to sit down for like a month and you think, okay, well, how do you want your child to be treated? You don't want everyone just to be nice to them, you know. You want people to challenge him, and you want people to discipline him, and you want people to tell him when he's wrong. It's like, you don't just want everyone to be nice. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. There's no challenge in that. And so, well, you want to treat other people like you would like to be treated. Well, then you have to figure out, how would you like to be treated? Well, you'd like people to fawn all over you and just lay everything at your feet. It's like, no, that's not something you wish for someone that you were taking care of. And then there's an additional problem, which is it's often the case that people will treat other people better than they treat themselves. That happens extremely frequently. So one of the things I pointed out in chapter 2 was that if you have a dog and you take him to a vet and the vet gives you the prescription medicine, you'll go buy the medicine and you will give it to the dog and you will do it properly. But if you go yourself to a doctor and you get a prescription, there's a 30% chance you won't even pick up the medication. And if you do, there's a 50% chance that you won't administer it to yourself properly. And so I really thought about that when I first came across that statistic. It was another one of those little facts. I thought, what's up with that? It's like, you'll do it for your dog, so obviously you'll do it for something you care about, and you're conscientious enough so you'll actually do it. So, like, why wouldn't you do it for you? Your dog likes you, even your dog would rather that you did, but you don't. And it's actually one of the reasons that modern medicine doesn't work nearly as well as it could, because people just don't take their medication. You make the world a much better place, a much worse place if you don't take care of yourself. So you should bloody well take care of yourself, because, well, that's what the chapter is about. It's partly because you have something valuable to bring into the world. That's the thing about being an individual. It's the thing that Western civilization has always recognized, that as an individual, you have a light that you have to bring into the world. And if you don't bring it into the world is a dimmer place. And that's a bad thing, because when the world is a dim place, it can be very, very, very dark. And so it's necessary, not just so that you feel better, not just so that you're a #1 lobster, none of those things. You need to take care of yourself, because you're in the best position to do that. And it's necessary for you to take care of yourself. Despite the fact that we're mortal and vulnerable and self-conscious and not only capable of doing terrible things, but actually do them. Despite all that, you still have that responsibility. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. And the reason I wrote that was because I had this client, I'm a clinical psychologist, and I spent 20 hours a week for 25 years listening to people tell me about their lives, and those people were people who were just barely hanging on to the bottom of the world, up to people who were so successful you can hardly believe it, like the entire gamut of people, and that's been absolutely fascinating. It's like being a clinical psychologist, if you really listen, is like being immersed in a Dostoevsky novel all the time, because it's amazing what people will tell you if you listen to them. People are so interesting if you actually listen to them, because they're so peculiar. They're like penguins or rhinoceroses or ostriches. They're unlikely creatures. Anyways, with regards to comparing yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. This old client of mine, he was about 85 when he came to see me. He was a financier and a kind of a mathematical genius. He made these little pendants out of a mathematical symbol for the most beautiful mathematical equation that was ever written. He made them out of gold, and he would hand those out. And it's studied psychology as a young man, and he introduced me to this concept that I didn't know about called the Pareto distribution, which, see, I've been taught as a psychologist that most human characteristics were normally distributed, right? So most people were average and some people were extreme. That's a Pareto or a normal distribution. Intelligence is like that, and height, there's more people of average height than very tall or very short. And weight is like that. And lots of things are normally distributed, and psychologists tend to assume that everything is, but it isn't. Creative products are distributed in a Pareto distribution, and that's a whole different thing. And it's really important to know this. It's another fundamental fact, the knowledge of which can sort of transform the way you conceptualize, let's say, the political landscape. So here's an example of the Pareto distribution. There's a rule of thumb that if you run a company, that 20% of your employees do 80% of the work, or that 20% of your customers are responsible for 80% of your sales, or that 20% of them are responsible for 80% of the customer service calls. Same thing, but that's not exactly the rule. The rule is worse than that. The rule is, in a given domain, the square root of the number of people operating in that domain do half the productive work. So you think, well, you have 10 employees, 3 of them do half the work. It's like, yeah, okay. Well, if you have 100 employees, then 10 of them do half the work. But if you have 1,000 employees, then it's 30. And if it's 10,000 employees, then it's 100. And this actually turns out to be a rather ironclad rule. It applies across very, very many situations. It applies, for example, to the massive stars and the size of cities. So you can see how universal it is as a law. It's something like those that have more get more, and those that have less get less. That's the Matthew principle, right? To those who have everything, more will be given. From those who have nothing, everything will be taken away. And the economists sometimes call that the Matthew principle. And so what that lays out is a world that's rife with inequality. So, you hear this idea that I think it's the 85 richest people in the world have more money than the bottom 2 billion. That's a Pareto distribution phenomenon. And you might say, to hell with capitalism for producing that. It's like, sorry, you got your diagnosis wrong. It's a natural law. It's no matter what society you study, you get a Pareto distribution of wealth. You get a Pareto distribution of number of records recorded. You get a Pareto distribution of number of songs written or goals scored. Any creative product has that characteristic. And it's partly because as you start to become successful, let's say, people offer you more and more opportunities. And as you start to fail, people move away from you and you plummet. And so, okay, so that's rough. So what it means is that there is always a landscape of inequality. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything about it, although I am saying that we don't know what to do about it. That's the thing, because you can modify the Pareto distribution of wealth, let's say, but we don't know how to do it without maybe disrupting the system so completely that it collapses, which is what happened in the Soviet Union, for example, and in Mao's China. They were trying, at least in principle, to adjust inequality. But the cure was far worse than the disease. And the truth of the matter is, we actually don't know technically how much inequality there has to be to generate wealth. We can guess, and you could say, well, there should be less, and you might say, well, there should be more. If you're left wing, you'd say less, and if you're right wing, you'd say, well, we'll just let the inequality flourish. But we do know that it's inevitable, and we also know that we don't know how to regulate it. So there is inequality. What that means is there's always going to be people around that are better at something than you are, and that's a problem, because you can get jealous and you can get bitter and you can get resentful, and worse, you can get hopeless, because you look like that. I have this friend of mine. He told me something so funny. He was decrying his lack of success in the world, and he compared himself to his roommate. And he said, his college roommate was doing much better than he was. And his bloody roommate was Elon Musk. It's like, really? It's like, I'm doing as well as Elon Musk. Well, you can see they would take it rather personally, because they were roommates and everything. It wasn't like he was doing badly. Like, he was doing pretty damn well. It's like, I'm not as good as Elon Musk. It's like, yeah, well, you and like 7 billion other people, But I thought it was instructive, because, yes, you have to be careful who you compare yourself to. Now, you can't just not compare yourself to successful people, right? Because then you don't have anything to aim at. When you're trying to lead people forward out of the darkness, let's say, out of anxiety and depression and despair and resentment, bitterness and anger and all of those things, catastrophic interactions with your family, is that you get them to stop avoiding confronting the terrible things that are in front of them, right? So basically what you do, instead of saying to them, you know those terrible things that are happening, just ignore those and find some peace, right? Get your mind away from it. That's what you say. You say turn around and look at them even more than you've been looking at them. It's very paradoxical advice, but of all the things that have been proven to aid people's recovery and movement towards mental health, that's like at the top of the list. Voluntary confrontation with what you are afraid of, or what you despise, even for that matter. And so Jung had an axiom that he derived from the alchemist, which was Inster Colimus Invenator, which roughly meant that which you most need will be found where you least want to look, which is not bad. Yeah. Well, that was also his explanation for why people weren't enlightened. Because you think, well, the California approach to enlightenment, to speak, kind of satirically, is follow your bliss. It's like, well, that's easy. If that was the case, everyone would be enlightened. But the Jungian approach is, no. You do what's meaningful and pay attention, follow the truth, and it will take you to the worst place you can imagine. And then maybe there's some chance for enlightenment. One of the fundamental theses of 12 Rules for Life and also of Maps to Meaning is that because life is essentially tragic in its fundamental essence, you need a sustaining meaning that's deep and profound, and deep and profound enough to get you through bad times, because there will be very bad times in your life. There'll be death, and there'll be illness, and there'll be disappointment of all sorts. And there'll be just the standard difficulties of life in the world to contend with, and you really must have something that's profound and powerful to set up against that. And I think that your voluntary adoption of the struggle to improve being is the proper antidote to that. Also, if you want to have more confidence, self-love, self-belief, check out my 254 series. The science says it can take up to 254 days of consecutive action to prove a habit. So I've designed a special free program to help you get it, where I will send you an unlisted video to your email for the next 254 days to shift your self-belief forward. The link to sign up for free is in the description below. If you're going to speak effectively, you have to know way more than you're talking about. You have to treat yourself like you matter. Because if you don't, then you don't take care of yourself, and you become vengeful. Oh no, you're okay. You should feel good about yourself. Like you're fine the way you are. It's like you think, well, that's a calming message for people. It's like, no, it's not. It's hard to say what the soul means metaphysically, because so beyond the confines of a single human being, we do have this sense that the soul can expand itself into something that's greater than it has been. It has this capacity for growth. And we do have the sense that the soul can expand itself to the point where it's enlightened, for lack of a better word, that it's working as efficiently as possible to transform everything that's unnecessarily painful and malevolent about the world into what's positive and good. And that it does that as a consequence of confronting the world with courage and truth. And I think that's right. And I do think that means that the soul participates in something eternal, which is the attempt of being itself to transform what's unnecessarily painful and malevolent into what's good. And that human beings actually do participate in that, and that's part of the reason that our ancient tradition insists that we're made in the image of God. And I think that it's a mistake to underestimate the importance of that, because I don't think that you can live a life of sufficient profundity to protect yourself from being corrupted by suffering and malevolence without adopting a responsibility that's commensurate with that set of ideas. I think that you either orient yourself upward, to the star above the horizon, and try desperately to improve the structure of being, or you work at counter purposes to it and make things worse. I don't think there's a middle ground. And in fact, to the degree there is a middle ground, it tilts towards the negative, because people who try to occupy the middle ground try to accrue the benefit, let's say, without adopting any of the risk. And that's not acceptable, not helpful. So that's a soul to me. If you have any discussion with someone and they're talking about things that don't have those characteristics, right, that they haven't made personal, then the conversation is almost never interesting. It's because the person is just they really are an empty shell through which ideology, cliches, and slogans are pouring. There's nothing about that that's compelling because you don't see the grappling. You don't see that the other person has grappled with the ideas and come to their own unique conclusions. And it really is in that mingling of the abstract and the particular that compelling wisdom is to be found. And so that's and then concretely speaking, well, there's ways of earning your knowledge, and part of that is reformulating it in your own words. That's thinking it through, right? And discussing it until you have it at hand. You can talk about it and you can generalize from it as you truly understand it. But a huge part of that is also putting it into practice and deriving your own conclusions as a consequence. And some of that can be done with debate. It's like, here's an idea I came across. And here's the idea. Here's what I think it means. And this is how I think it would change things if I put it into practice. This is how I understand this idea. And what do you think of that? And that's a good debate or discussion, you know? And then the other person could say, well, I don't really agree with the way you formulated that, or I don't agree with your conclusions. And hopefully it's a real discussion, not just one-upmanship, you know, because that's a pretty dull game. Soul is also the center of the world, which is a frightening proposition, and not one that's easily comprehensible. Solzhenitsyn's work in the Gulag Archipelago is particularly enlightening in this regard, because he insisted that it was a preconception of our Judeo-Christian heritage that each person was the center of the cosmos. And you can think of that as a center of consciousness, right? A center from which being itself is not only reflected but also generated. And it was Solzhenitsyn's belief, and Dostoevsky's as well, and I think Jung would have been in accordance with this, and Nietzsche as well, for that matter, that in some manner that we don't fathom, because we don't understand the structure of the world very well, the outcome of the world is dependent on our choices, and equally on all of our choices. And I don't understand. I know that to be true. I feel that to be true. It's part of the doctrine that each person is of intrinsic and equal worth. Part of that doctrine is that each person has intrinsic and equal responsibility, and that we're each capable of generating a fair bit of hell around us and for other people, but also capable of generating a tremendous amount of good. And that the fate of the world as it careens through eternity is actually a consequence of the ethical decisions of each of us. It's a terrifying idea. It's no wonder people flee from it into hedonism, let's say, and ideology, because it's very frightening possibility that the choices that you make day to day or fail to make have this profound and lasting effect on the structure of reality, but I don't really see any way out of that conclusion. One of the things I've thought about a fair bit is the meaning of the Sermon on the Mount, and as far as I can tell, it's basically a two-part wisdom. First is that you should aim at the highest good that you can imagine, and that would be a good that includes everyone, right? So if I wanted what was good for you, say, if I genuinely wanted it, I'd want it in a way that was good for you now, and good in the long run, good for you and your family and your community, and maybe good for me too. You know, we can conceive of that as the desire. And I think that's a good definition of love. You actually want the best possible outcome. And in the Gospels, of course, that's extended even to your enemies. Yes. Right? It's like, okay, if we're going to have things good, let's have it good enough for you. second part of the Sermon on the Mount is something like, having established that as your aim, which is no easy thing, right? Because you have to be pretty clear that in single mind, if you actually want that to be your aim, then you can concentrate on the day and you can try telling the truth. And you can align, so there's truth and love that are aligned together. Truth, love, and attention, it's something like that are all aligned together. With regards to transgressing against the vulnerable, if you're plagued by bouts of depression and anxiety, that does destabilize your identity. So it's almost by definition. But having said how did I balance marriage, fatherhood, and the demanding career? Well, I stopped wasting time. That helped a lot. I stopped drinking. I stopped going to bars. I really didn't spend a lot of time with my friends when I had young kids in particular. I had friends. I saw with some degree of regularity, but where I cut corners with more with social life outside my family. So I spend a lot of time with my wife, and I spend a lot of time with my kids, and I spend a lot of time on my career. And so you have to make choices. And I think those are reasonable choices. I'm not displeased with them. Don't abandon your friendships, but you can certainly look at really reasons not to just stop doing things that you do waste time. So, and I did. And so I have enough room for my marriage, I have enough room for my kids, and I have enough room for my career. And, sort of a multi-dimensional career. And it was always a challenge to me, too, to see how efficient I could get. And you could also, I really recommended this for relatively higher income dual income couples who are trying to pursue dual careers, kids, and marriage. You can outsource, hire a cleaning lady if you can afford it. Buy restaurant food if you can afford it, etc. You can outsource. You can have someone do your laundry, then you can concentrate on your marriage and your kids. I know that is only an avenue available to people who have relatively high incomes, but people who have dual incomes have relatively high incomes. So outsource what's unnecessary so that you can concentrate on what's necessary. I mean, I didn't do that when I was beginning my career. When I lived in the United States, when I was starting a family, we had money. They take a Harvard beginning course, what's the money? And I suppose that's true in some absolute sense, but relatively speaking, we really buy magazines, all our money for housing costs and basic necessities of living. I was 20 years old, 25 years old. I think the worst stuff apart from personal psychology, 6 months down the road, we drove them. So I know that's not necessarily possible. Concentrated on spending time with my kids consciously, and I concentrated on developing my career. Those are my life. I've left open for creative pursuits and for friends. Most of it is a matter of being time basis of an issue, and I just pushed that out of my life day after day until I wasn't spending time. Set up your vision. There's some vision of the good towards which you're working, and some vision, perhaps, of the hell that you're avoiding. And then I would say, once you set up that vision, so that you know how to orient yourself, then you should start designing your days. You can do that very effectively with a calendar like Google Calendar. And instead of, many people say, well, I hate using a schedule. I hate using a calendar. And what I would say about that is if you keep using the schedule or calendar, then you'll probably be using it wrong. What you're doing is using the calendar as an external timer. It's telling you what you should be doing to be a conventional good person each day. So you load yourself up with arbitrary, arbitrary responsibilities. But that's not really what you should use the schedule. What you should use the schedule to do is to design the day that you're most likely to have. And obviously that's going to include accepting some responsibility and undertaking to make progress on those things that you have to make progress on to keep your life from collapsing into chaos. And it should also mean that you schedule and activities that make you actually want to have that day. And so if you're using a schedule properly, that it can be your friend. And that can also be something that can increase your capacity to concentrate. And then I would say, well, if you're very scattered, then you can start to train yourself. You might say, well, I need to learn to read without distraction. So maybe what you do, you say, okay, well, for the next week, I'm going to read 10 minutes a day, and I'm going to try to limit the distractions. And if you're successful at that, then you can try 12 minutes a day. If you're successful at that, you can try 8 minutes a day. And the trick is to set a goal for yourself that is slightly beyond your current level of performance. Enough to be challenging, enough to be worthwhile if you accomplish, but not so difficult that you're likely to fail. If not, I'll be obsessive with my calendar is always absolutely full and often weeks in advance. I plan in the morning, especially when I'm on calls. and it's not a timer. Not if you use it properly. A calendar keeps anxiety at bay. It makes sure that you do what you need to do, which is important because otherwise you fall behind. But if you use it properly, it also helps you plan what you want to do. So I can say, well, lay out your damn calendar and design the days you would like to have. That's what your calendar is for. So you can put in all sorts of things in there you want to do, and that would be good for you. And that's a really good way to start being more industrious. Make a plan. You need a plan for 3 years. You need a plan for the next year. You need a plan for the next 6 months. You need a plan for the next 3 months. You need a plan for the week. You need a plan for the day. You need a plan for the hour. All of that. I make lists constantly of what I have to do. And they're like daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. I've asked my undergraduate students how much time they waste per day. General estimates like 6 to 8 hours. Time they regard themselves as wasted. Like that's a whole career right there. So if you just stop wasting time, you can do a tremendous amount, especially if you also try to maximize efficiency. And I always find that incredibly motivating. A motivating game. How much can I do in the least amount of time possible? That's fun to try to do that as far as I'm concerned. I know that's maybe undoubtedly a temperamental way, but if you're built to wire that way, that's a great meta strategy. Become efficient. I always ask my graduate students when they're designing experiments with them, a proposal, I'd say to them, is there any way you can do this 10 times faster? What would you have to cut? What would you have to change to do this 10 times faster? And you can learn to do that. I also learned to force the task to fit the time. There's this dictum. Work expands to fulfill the time allowed for its completion. Work expands to fill the time allowed for its completion. Well, there's a corollary to that, which is work becomes more efficient in proportion to the restrictions of time placed upon it. So if you say, well, this could take me 2 weeks, but I'm going to do the best job I could in 1 day, you'd be amazed if you get 90% of the way, or 95% of the way, or sometimes even farther in that day. So that's another way of becoming efficient. If you only have 10 minutes to do something that should need to take 2 hours, maybe you figure out how to do it in 10 minutes. You can get dreadfully efficient. So that's very much worthwhile in my estimation. If you want to do a lot of things, what else do rather than become efficient? If you want to do many things, you don't have much choice. But I found it extremely entertaining to try to do that.
Were to pick, 3 rules for life that would lead you down a better path, what would they be?
I think not saying things you know to be untrue. That's good. Don't lie. That's good. Be grateful. And then try to work for the best in yourself and other people. And maybe even broaden. Try to work for the best despite your cynicism and resentment. I suppose that's a form of gratitude as well. That's what love means fundamentally. It's working for the best of things. And that's it's a goal. And what's the alternative? Hate. And that's not going to make things better. It's going to make things worse. No, generally speaking. So something like truth nested inside of love. And there's gratitude lurking around the edges. Beauty's important.
More art, right?
Yeah, well, more beauty, period. Everywhere. That would be nice. It's kind of intimidating, beauty.
What do you mean by that?
Well, because it's an ideal. It judges you. This is something that's quite interesting. So every ideal is a judge. Because you fall short of it. Yeah, but it's an interesting problem. You need an ideal to work towards, but the consequence of that is that you're judged by it.
That's awesome. fascinating because we always want the ideal, right?
Yeah, well, I recommend that they try to reward themselves for improving over who they were yesterday, rather than punishing themselves for their deviation from the ideal. Look for incremental improvements and let yourself know that you've managed them.
Is it important to hold the ideal, but also then keep short-term goals of
Yes,
you against yourself?
yes, definitely. Yeah, you want to break it down into, and you do this with kids too. You want to set someone a task that will stretch them beyond their limit, but not be impossible, right? So that's part of being intelligent and careful within a relationship, because it'd be nice to facilitate success. I mean, maybe it has to be punctuated by failure from time to time, but just one of the things you do as a therapist is try to set things up so that people succeed in moving towards their goals. Try to make the tasks small enough so that they're a reasonable probability that they will be completed successfully.
Every sound is a representation of who you are. Every emotion is molded through years of hard work and discipline. The mistakes in between only make us better. And we take every step with no hesitation.
Well, so we live inside a damaged structure, and we also bear responsibility for that damage because we don't do everything we can to constantly repair it. And you might say, well, that's actually one of the fundamental, people say, well, what's the meaning of life? What they really mean is, what's the positive meaning of life? Because as we've already discussed, the negative meanings of life are more or less self-evident. Well, the positive meaning of life is to be found in noting the state of lack of repair of the walled city that you inhabit, and then sallying forth to do something about that, to repair the breaches and to fix up the walls and to make the structure that you inhabit as secure and as productive as it possibly can be. And there's no shortage of opportunities to do that. You can do that in your own mind, you can do that in your own room, you can do that in your own household, in your local community. And maybe if you get good at doing it at all those levels, then you can start to look beyond that. And so there's challenges. That's the thing that's kind of interesting about this insufficient structure, is that it has a set of challenges built into it because of its insufficiency, and perhaps even because of its corrupt nature, that calls forth the potential response from you of heroic adventure. And the heroic adventure is to man the barricades and repair the city. And you can always do that. It doesn't matter what your personal circumstances are. There's always something that isn't right near you, isn't correct, isn't laid out properly, that you could just fix if you wanted to. And one of the things that we're going to talk about tonight is the idea that if you adopt an attitude that's like that the role that you should play is to make things better wherever you are, however you can, that what would actually happen would be that things would get better wherever you are in all sorts of ways, and that we really, as a species, you might say, or maybe even as singular individuals, we've explored that rarely. It isn't something that's put forth as a proposition that often. It's quite surprising to me. I had an interesting experience the other day. I went to the cave. I go there because I have food allergies, and they're very careful with people who have food allergies. And the waiter took me to the table, and he said that he had been watching my lectures, and that's a very common experience. And he was happy about that, and he said that he'd had 2 promotions at the cave in the last 4 months because he'd been watching my lectures. I really found that an affecting experience, because you might say, well, he's working as a waiter at the keg, and there's nothing particularly heroic about that. And I disagree with that, actually, because I don't care where you're located, you can do a hell of a job, and I mean that literally. And whatever job you have, you can take whatever job you have, and you can make it a real nice little piece of absolute misery. Or you can act like a civilized human being and notice that no matter where you are, there's a richness and a complexity that's completely inexhaustible right at hand. And then you can take that seriously. You can say, well, I happen to be a waiter at the gig, and perhaps that's not what I expected. And he's a young guy, and perhaps that isn't where I want to end up. But it's not nothing. It's a rich environment, and I can make it a lot better if I want to. I can get along properly with my coworkers and not gossip behind their back, and I can treat my customers properly. And if an opportunity comes my way, I can take it, and I can see what happens. And so he said that's what he started doing, and that things were working out much better for him. He was in a much better job than he was 3 months ago. In 3 months, that's nothing, right? I mean, that's a nice trajectory. It's an uphill trajectory, and that's what you want, really. An uphill trajectory is actually even better than being somewhere good, as far as I'm concerned, because one of the things that really makes your life meaningful is the clear realization that you're headed somewhere better than you are now. And then it's even better if you also understand that there's a direct causal relationship between the things that you're doing and the steepness of that incline. And so I get a lot of letters from people like that. And they're most frequently young men, although not always. And they say, well, you know, I've been listening to these lectures, and I decided that I'm going to try to take responsibility for my life. And so I've started to stop doing all the stupid things that I know that are stupid, that I know I shouldn't be doing. And I've started doing some of the things that aren't stupid that I know I should be doing, which seems pretty obvious, really, if you think about it. But obvious though it may be, that isn't necessarily what people do. And then they might say, you can't believe what difference that makes. And they're thrilled about it. And so I'm thrilled about it when I get letters like that, because I really don't experience anything as better than a letter like that or a message like that, because it's so good to see things that aren't so good replaced by something better. And I really do think it's an open question. I truly believe it's an open question to what degree we can make things better if that's what we actually aimed at doing. My sense, and I did a lot of clinical work with high-performing people and had a chance to observe them in academia among my peers, but also and among graduate students, but also in the broader business and professional world. And it takes a singular combination of traits to be a C-suite person, or the equivalent. And one thing is incredible efficiency and persistence. So not only are you working 80 hours a week, you do that all the time, and you do it non-stop. So it's not like, you know, talk to an undergraduate who says, or she says, I spent 8 hours in the library yesterday studying, and then you do a little micro-analysis and you find out that really they spent 40 minutes studying maybe, and 7.5 hours wasting time. But the people that occupy those C-suite positions, they're actually working all that time, and they've trained it. Well, they have the temperament, they're very likely to be conscientious, so they start with that. And perhaps that was also fostered in their household, because that does help. So here's an example of that. So the children of first-generation Asian immigrants are disproportionately successful. And it looks like the reason for that is something like socialization for conscientiousness. And that seems to produce the equivalent of about a 15-point IQ advantage, which is about the difference between the typical college graduate and the typical university or high school graduate. It's a big difference, one standard deviation. So to be a CEO, to be hyper successful, you have to be, let's say, 2 to 3 standard deviations or more above the mean for IQ. So that wipes out like 85% of the population right off the bat, or 95% really. And then you have to be in the 95th percentile for conscientiousness, and those are uncorrelated. So that's 5% of 5% with the first 2 cuts. So there's a singular personalities that end up in those situations. And I think, that there's an added advantage that men have, motivation to pursue those jobs. And the advantage is that status confers upon male sexual attractiveness, status within the patriarchal hierarchy, let's say. So women are much more likely to choose high status men, assuming that the definition of status is defined by the hierarchy within which they're competing. Okay. Men have zero preference for women who are high status in those in that way. Or actually the correlation is slightly negative. And so to be a CEO and be a woman means that you have to have all those personality attributes, but then you don't gain this tremendous reproductive advantage. And I think that advantage is so marked that it's actually built into me. It's not only motivated consciously. If I'm successful, I'll be more successful with women. It's built in biology.
Well, and you want status among your fellow males too, like athletes compete against each other. And you want to get the respect of your fellow males. So there's nothing to respect, isn't there?
How to get the EV shipping? Step 1, search for your items. Step 2, look for the EV shipping balance. Step 3, look, I had this roommate, he came from Alberta like me, so he was a small town rural guy, and he went to McGill and then went off to New York. He's very, very smart. Rough guy, very adventurous guy. Went off to New York, became a corporate lawyer. And his plan was to go to New York, make a pile of money, and then go travel. Like he went up the Amazon, he went into China when so few Caucasians had gone there that they had to put him in jail in one part of China because he got mobbed so badly. It was the only place, because people were curious about him, it was the only place they could put him that was safe. So in any case, he was going to go to New York and make a bunch of money and then be his adventurous self. But you know, you go to New York and you adopt a job, one of those high pressure jobs in a top law firm, and the socialization pressure is so intense, you've never experienced anything like it in your life. And if you do that for 10 years, you're a corporate lawyer. You're not whoever you were to begin with. Maybe the conscientiousness remains. And so I saw him about 15 years later, and it was so funny because when he walked into the restaurant, he had a high-powered New York suit on, this really sharp-looking guy, and he looked the part exactly, and I thought, geez, I look just like a professor because I had my tweed jacket on, my leather jacket. I was much more casual, and I thought, we really became what we pursued. And so these trade-offs that we talk about, they're real, right? They're real. You sacrifice much of what you could be for who you are going to be, and that's a good sacrifice because you should become something, but it's still a real sacrifice. I know a bunch of people who run MBA programs, and I've had discussions with them because the thing about an MBA program is if it's selective, it's really hard to get in. It's like getting into Harvard. It's really hard to get into Harvard. You have to have an IQ that places you at least at the 99th percentile, and then you have to be really good at least one or two other things. So it's really hard to get in. Okay, so you think, well, why hire a Harvard graduate? Well, it's the quality of the education. It's like, no, it's not. It's the fact that it's really hard to get in. All of the value of the IB education is in the screening before the education starts. Now, that doesn't mean that people go to Harvard and they get educated, but they get just as educated if they went somewhere else. First of all, it's like every university contains more information than any student can ever possibly process. If you're super smart, you can be dropped into a state college somewhere, a low-level state college. You spend 4 years in the library. You know, like, what are you going to do? Read the whole library? No. Right. So and the data on this is quite clear. It's like, and it's the same with private schools. The reason that people who go to private schools do better than people who go to public schools is because, generally speaking, the people who go into private schools are smarter. It's not the education that's any better. And so we radically overestimate the degree to which training works. So now you can train people to be stupid. But training them to be smarter than they are is really, really, really hard. So, like I said, it's a dismal literature. And the liberals think everyone's roughly equal, and there's a job for everyone, you just have to train them. It's like, no, wrong. And the conservatives think, well, there's a job for everyone if they just get off their ass and work. It's like, no, that's wrong too. Even though, if you work, that's better. And, well, so that's on the conservative end. But the liberals won't take into account individual differences. Well, obviously, that's part of what the whole politically correct discussion is about. It's like everyone many, many times, and like it's really something to come here and meet. There's so many people here who are off the scales intelligent, and they're all, clustered together, which is why this place is so unbelievably rich and so unbelievably productive. One of the reasons, but it's also very annoying that it's so left leaning, because one of the things that the left leaning Silicon Valley geniuses should understand that is that they're the beneficiary of a genetic lottery. And they should take that seriously. It's like, yeah, you worked hard. Yes, you're entrepreneurial. Yes, you're on point. You put in your 60 hours a week. You do everything you could. You have an IQ of 150. And, that's not your doing. Right? That's something that happened to you. And so you can't be saying, well, it's all me. It's like, no, it's not. It's all you and the genius that you were granted as an infant. That's it. That's what's driving it. Now, that doesn't mean I think that people of disproportionate intelligence shouldn't be rewarded disproportionately. It's possible that they should, because it might be in the best interest of everyone else to dump as much money as possible to the top 2% of the cognitive strata, because they're going to be most generative with it. And so, and even if it's not fair, because you might say, well, just because you won the genetic lottery, does that mean that you should have more money than anyone else? It's like, well, not on the grounds of fairness. Entire life, there was no way that you could spend more than $400 million. And so, let's say you have more money than that at your disposal. Well, hopefully you're going to do some halfway intelligent things with it, and hopefully you'd expect that the more intelligent people would do more than halfway intelligent things with it. So if you have to have unequal distribution, then a meritocracy is probably the best way to do it. But it still leaves you with this terrible problem, which is, what do you do with all the people who stack up zero? And the answer isn't have contempt for them because they don't work as hard as you. It's like, yeah, a bunch of them don't, because conscientiousness also predicts success. So among the poor, there are people who don't work, but you never want to underestimate the contribution of cognitive ability. So it's rough, man, and we don't take it seriously, and we don't know what to do about it. And it's clear that as inequality increases, society is destabilized. That's clear. So it's something that has to be dealt with, but we don't know how to deal with it. We don't know how to efficiently move resources to the bottom end of the competence hierarchy. And I've worked with people, lots of people who are at the bottom end of the hierarchy in my clinical practice, and like cocaine addicts, for example, low IQ cocaine addicts. Not all cocaine addicts have low IQ, by the way, but it's just it's a triple whammy, let's say, because if you're a cocaine addict, you're probably also an alcoholic, and so if you're a cocaine addict and you're an alcoholic and you're sort of on the low end of the cognitive distribution, it's like you have a pretty damn rough life. There's a lot of things going wrong for you, and you're really lucky if you're flat broke, because as soon as you get money, you are so done you cannot believe it. So like, when your unemployment check comes in and you're a cocaine addict, alcoholic who isn't employed, the probability that 3 days later you're going to end up face down in a ditch is really, really high. So don't be thinking like it's not so simple that you can just dump money down the competence hierarchy to the people who are in the underclass and expect that that's going to have a salutary effect. I don't think there's any evidence for that whatsoever. Like, money is not an easy resource to use productively.
Responsibility, I think, is an incredible message.
Yeah, the responsibility element has been well received by people, and I think maybe that's because that message isn't being delivered as effectively as it should be. The idea that meaning is to be found in responsibility.
Yeah, you're saying it hasn't been developed. You're saying it hasn't been promoted as much.
Well, there's so much of an emphasis on rights. I mean, imagine if our culture was as dominated by discussion of responsibility as it was dominated by discussion of rights. I mean, that's just not how it is at all. And that's strange because your rights, in some sense, are my responsibility, and vice versa. So, right, because you're accorded rights, it's distance from other people in some sense. And for them, it's the same. And so you discussion without the other. But our discussion has been very one-sided. And I think that's hard on people because it's about what you're owed. And it isn't obvious to me that, I don't know, it's not like not getting what you're owed isn't annoying. It is if you feel that an injustice is
Right.
committed. But
Right.
it isn't obvious to me that people find the deepest meaning in their life in getting what they're owed. I really do think that people find more significance in their life in being of utility and service to other people. That's how it looks to me. So, and often that's discussed in a sort of should way. You should be good to other people. It's like, well, your life is better if you do that. That's a different way of putting it. And you can get people to think about that. It's like, well, remember those times when people were particularly happy with something that you did, something for them. How did you feel about that? Well, you can figure that out for yourself. Maybe it didn't matter, but probably it mattered. Probably you'd like to have that happen a lot more.
But I think even more so the feeling that you get when you have a responsibility and you deliver on it. I think that, for me, that feels even more meaningful. That you uphold your end of the bargain, that you make someone's life better. That feels even better than when someone says, thank you for that. Thank you for doing that.
Right. No, absolutely. No, I wasn't thinking so much about the consequences of the thanks. That's just an indication that you did something, that was productive and useful and caring, let's say. And and I think people know that too, that when they're operating properly. Parents find tremendous meaning in the service they provide to their children, obviously. And I think you find that within a relationship, what you give. I mean, it's reciprocal, obviously. There has to be reciprocity, but it's better to concentrate at least half the time on what you're giving. I don't think that young people, especially in later days, around junior high school, maybe even earlier than that, are taught enough to think about what they want and how they would go about getting it. And I mean what they want in a deep sense, like how their friendships could be better, how their relationships with their parents could be better, how their life could be better, practically speaking. So we tried to design a program to help younger people do stuff like the program, but my health interfered with that and fell by the wayside, unfortunately. But it's helpful for people to take stock of themselves and to chart a course. And I don't think our education system does a very good job of helping people develop a vision of themselves, a story for themselves. And it's a problem because it also means that they're not ennobled or encouraged the way they should be. And I've seen this constantly during my lectures, that people are so happy to be encouraged. They're often met with skepticism instead, and I think that's part of the problem with what's happening in our culture politically too, is that there's this terrible critique of our culture that's all its institutions are fundamentally predicated on arbitrary power, the exercise of arbitrary power. And that implies that the ambitions of people who wish to join that culture, to thrive, are expressions of tyrannical, oppressive, arbitrary power. It's very demoralizing to young people. And I don't believe it's true. Because I don't think the fundamental motivation is to exploit others. I think the people who do that fail, generally speaking, often precipitously. Societies that organize themselves around that principle are miserable and collapse. They're full of deceit and backstabbing and distrust. It's hell. And so I think that young people are best encouraged. And that means that you actually have to sort of like them, like you're a mentor. So really on the side of the good in you, and I hope it manifests itself. I think that's what trust is for. You should trust other people. Why? They can fight it.
trust them? Well, because it's courageous to. And that way you elicit the best from them. At least that's the best opportunity you have. You're going to get hurt sometimes. You're going to get hurt distrusting too. But societies without trust are hell on earth. So
Trusting
that's for
the
sure.
next generation though starts with you having it in the first place, right? That's sort of passing along those patterns. Is if I don't trust anyone, I'm going to instill that in my child. Like, well, the world's not to be trusted.
Well, you can try to change that. And if you know that trust is courage, that can help. Because while trust can be just naivety, I trust you because I'm too foolish to know the difference. I've never been hurt. I've never encountered someone malevolent, so I'm naive. And I trust. That's not trust. That's blind faith in an environment that's being too benevolent for your own good. But trust, that's more like, well, we'll think the best of you anyway and see what happens. And then if you make a mistake, well, we'll deal with that and we'll go back to trust. And those are stable negotiating strategies. And so that's, young people need to be confronted with that, and they need help to chart their course. That's hard, it takes a fair bit of individual attention because people are so complicated. I produced this other technology, self-authoring, that helps people write about their past, analyze their faults and their virtues, and write a plan for the future. It's a useful way of figuring out who you are. You kind of have to hate yourself against the world, but without a plan, so it's hard either way.
Pick your heart. You always talk about that. Choose the difficult to choose you. Eventually, you might not like it as much, right?
Yeah, well, it's necessary. Like, I wouldn't say to go out of your way necessarily to make your life difficult, but if you have a difficult choice in front of you and either abandon what you should be doing or do the difficult thing, well, you're going to pay a price for abandonment. So, and I guess I would also say that to understand yourself, it's quite useful to try to not lie, because you tangle yourself up in your own lies. People think they can get away with lying, but you can't get away with falsifying instructions and rules. You're going to pay for it. I've never seen anybody get away with anything in my kind of practice. Something the other shoe always dropped. Always, always. And unsurprisingly, if you drop a weight on your head, above your head, like it's fine until it hits you. Yeah.
But then there's changing your mind.
Yeah, you can be wrong. That's different. That's a good point, though. It's difficult to dissociate ignorance from lying, but you get punished when you're wrong often, but that's different. It's not like it's nothing to be ignorant, to be wrong. It's still hard on you, but it's a different kind of hard to be willfully wrong. One of the real advantages, I think a lot of the current political movements are quasi-religions, essentially. And religious structures have collapsed very badly, and so these things arise to take their place, because we need a religious structure, because that's what provides us with our fundamental story. The fundamental story of life is a religious story, by definition. That's what I mean by that. It's the most fundamental story you have, is the closest thing you have to a religion. So
we started there. We started with the stories.
Yes. Well, and metaphysics began, but I don't know what the fundamental significance of consciousness is, so, and neither does anybody else. So there's plenty of room for metaphysical speculation. It's hard to know what each person's destiny is, but in any case, the problem with so many ideological stories is that they give you an easy enemy. And that's extremely dangerous. Maybe the enemy, they always give you an enemy. Now that's a real problem.
So that seems like one of the biggest problems, is there's always an enemy.
Well, the biggest problem is the enemy isn't you. You're your worst enemy.
I agree.
that's the right place to start. And so, one of the advantages, I think, of Christianity, though I don't think it's limited to Christianity, is that it insists that that's the battleground. You, right? And so if you need an enemy, and maybe you do, look within.
Part of your goal, if you want to take your place in the hierarchy properly, is to be a good person. And that was the argument I was trying to make in the chapter. Not that you're supposed to be like the most brutal crustacean on the block. It's so foolish. Kathy Newman, I think, that asked you in the UK. So you're saying that human society should be organized along the lines of lobsters. It's like, look, lady, if you're gonna insult someone, you might want to try accusing them of something, of believing something that someone somewhere believed at least once in the entire history of the human race. And not that, yes, absolutely. Lobsters for everyone. That's not, what I was trying to make the case was that we have this very old system in our nervous system, which is very old, which keeps track of where we are in hierarchies, and it regulates our emotions. Because of it, it's really important to you, and you, and you, and you. If you're not completely bloody psychopathic, that you have a place in a social hierarchy, and that you're admired and respected and valued by other people. And it's so important that the neurochemical system that keeps track of that regulates your other emotions. So that if you're low on the totem pole, because, well, for whatever reason happens to be, sometimes you deserve it, sometimes it's accidental, sometimes you've been hurt, there's lots of ways that this can happen. Your serotonin levels plummet, like a defeated lobster, and then you feel way more negative emotions about everything, and way less positive emotions about everything. And that's absolutely dreadful. That's clinical depression. It's a terrible, terrible condition. And so it's absolutely crucial that you maintain a tenable position in a hierarchy. And not one of power, but one of competence. And at least even if you're not in a position that's tenable, you're moving upward towards one that's tenable. Because that at least gives you hope. Because maybe you're young and useless, you don't know what the hell you're doing, you're just getting started. And so you're a low man on the totem pole, but it's not like you're stuck there forever. You do some decent work. I had some kid tell me the other day, it was really nice. God, I was in a rough shape 2 years ago. I was just getting married, just got married, and I was nihilistic as hell and depressed and bitter, and things weren't going well for me at all. And I was unemployed, and one of my friends got me a job. He said, I really like the blood job. I didn't want to have the job. I was kind of dragging my ass to work, not doing it well. I listened to one of your lectures, and it said, look, if you haven't got anything going for you, but you have a job, don't quit your job. Whether you hate it or not, it's like, man, that's what you're hanging on to the edge of the world with your fingertips, Don't let go. Find a better job, okay, fine. But you don't just quit, because then what? You're done. That I mentioned was, why don't you just try to work as hard as you can at your damn job for like 6 weeks? Like, all flat out. If you work 10% longer hours, you make 40% more money. That's something worth thinking about. You've got a job, maybe you show up 15 minutes early, and you leave 15 minutes late. You actually work, and your boss notices you. Would probably notice, and then maybe someone's going to get promoted, and maybe it'll be you, because something's going to tilt the scales, and that little extra bit of work done without cynicism and resentment might be enough. He said he started at $21 an hour, and in 6 weeks he was making $37 an hour. That's not a king's ransom, man, but it's a hell of a lot more than zero, and it's quite a lot more than 21. He said his life had turned around substantially. the time, cancel crackers. From the setup,
You have this idea that you had a potential future self, which would be in potential everything that you could be. And that it manifests itself moment to moment in your present life by making you interested in things. And the things that you're interested in are the things that would guide you along the path that would lead you to maximal development. Now, it sounds like a metaphysical idea or a mystical idea, but it's not. It's not. It's a really profoundly biological idea. The idea is something like, well, you're set up so that you're automatically interested in those things that would fully expand you as a well-adapted creature. Well, there's nothing radical about that idea. However, what else could possibly be the case unless there's something fundamentally flawed about you? That is what the situation would be. It's kind of interesting to think about how that would be manifest moment to moment, but the idea is something like, well, your interest is captured by those things that lead you down the path of development. Well, that's gotta be the case. Okay, so that's fine. And so there's some utility in pursuing those things that you're interested in. That's the call to attention. So it's places. Now the problem with the call to attention is like, what the hell do you know? You might be interested in things that are kind of warped and bent. And often it's the case that when new parts of people manifest themselves and grip their interests, say, they do it very badly and shoddily. And so you stumble around like an idiot when you try to do something new. That's why the fool is the precursor to the savior from the symbolic perspective. You have to be a fool before you can be a master. And if you're not willing to be a fool, then you can't be a master. So you're gonna it's an error-ridden process, and that's also laid out in the Old Testament stories, because the first thing that happens to all these patriarchal figures when God kicks them out of their father's house when they're like 84 is that they run into all sorts of trouble, and some of it's social, and some of it's natural, and some of it's a consequence of their own moral inadequacy. So they're fools. But the thing that's so interesting is that despite the fact that they're fools, they're still supposed to go on the adventure, and that they're capable of learning enough as a consequence of moving forward on the adventure so that they straighten themselves out across time. And so it's something like this circumambulation that Jung talked about, like this continual, we'll return to this continual circling in some sense of who you could be. You might notice, for example, that there are themes in your life. When you go back across your experiences, you see, you kind of have your typical experience that sort of repeats itself. And there might be variation on it, like a musical theme, but it's like you're circling yourself, you're getting closer to yourself as you move across time. That's the circumambulation. Remember that for a second. We'll go back to it. Okay, so imagine that something glimmers before you. It's an interest that's dawning, and you decide, well, first of all, you're paralyzed. You think, well, how do I know if I should pursue that? It's probably a stupid idea. And the proper response to that is, you're right, it probably is a stupid idea, because almost all ideas are stupid. And so the probability that as you move forward on your adventure, that you're going to get it right the first time is zero. It's just not going to happen. And so then you might think, well, maybe I'll just wait around until I get the right idea. And which people do, right? So they're like 40-year-olds, 13-year-olds, which is not a good idea. So they wait around until it's waiting for Godot until they finally got it right. And the problem is you're too stupid to know when you got it right. So waiting around isn't going to help. Because even if the perfect opportunity manifested itself to you in your incomplete form, the probability that you would recognize it as the perfect opportunity is zero. You might even think it's the worst possible idea that you've ever heard of anywhere. Highly likely. Highly likely. So you have this. Nietzsche called that a will to stupidity, which I really like. So because he thought of stupidity as being, you have to take it into account fundamentally and work with it. So you can take these tentative steps on your path to your destiny, and you can assume that you're going to do it badly. And that's really useful because you don't have to beat yourself up. It's pretty easy to do it badly. But the thing is, it's way better to do it badly than not to do it at all. Okay, so you start your path, and you think that you're heading towards your star. So you go
that direction. And then, because you're here, the world looks that way, but then when you move here, the world looks different, and you're different as a consequence of having made that voyage. And so what that means is that now that thing that glimmers in front of you is going to have shifted its location. Because you weren't very good at specifying it to begin with, and now that you're a little sharper and more focused than you were, it's going to reveal itself with more accuracy to you. And so then you have to take it's almost like a 180-degree reversal. But it isn't, because, you've gone this far, and that's a long ways to get that far. But that's a lot farther than you would if you just stayed where you were waiting. And so it doesn't matter that you overshoot continually. Because as you overshoot, even if you don't learn what you should have done, you're going to continually learn what you shouldn't keep doing. And if you learn enough about what you shouldn't keep doing, then that's tantamount at some point to learning at the same time what you should be doing. So it's okay. So it's like this. Now, what's cool about it, though, I think, is that as you progress, the degree of overshooting starts to decline, right? And that we know that. There's nothing hypothetical about that. As you learn a new skill, like even playing a song on the piano, for example, you overshoot madly, making all sorts of mistakes to begin with, and then the mistakes they disappear. There's a great TED talk once about this guy set up a really advanced computational recording system in his home and recorded every single utterance his young child made while learning to speak. And then he put together the child's attempts to say certain phonemes and put them in a list, and you could hear the child deviating madly to begin with, and then after hundreds and hundreds of repetitions, just zeroing right in on the exact phoneme. So, you might not know this, but when kids babble, because they start babbling when they're quite young, they babble every human phoneme, including all sorts of phonemes that adults can't say. And then they die into their language, so that after they learn, say, English, then there's all sorts of phonemes they can no longer hear or pronounce, but to begin with, it's all there. It's really quite interesting. But so as they learn a particular language, they zero in on the proper way to pronounce that. Their errors minimize it. Every time you learn something, that's how it is. And that's really useful to know, too, because it means that it's okay to wander around stupidly before you fix your destination. You can also be deluded into the idea that imagine that you're trying to become enlightened, which might be to turn all those parts of you on that could be turned on. You think, well, that's just a linear pathway uphill. It's just from one success to another. No, it's not. It's like here you are, you're not doing too badly, and the first step is a complete bloody catastrophe. It's worse. And then maybe you can pull yourself together and you hit a new plateau, and then that crumbles and shakes, and bang, it's worse again. And so, because part of the reason that people don't become enlightened is because it's punctuated by intermittent deserts, essentially, by intermittent catastrophes. And if you don't know that, well, then you're basically screwed, because you go ahead on your movement forward and you collapse, and you think, well, that didn't work, I collapsed. It's like, no, that's par for the course. It's not an indication that you failed, it's just an indication that it's really hard. One of the things I learned, really a lot from reading Russian neuropsychology, strangely enough, the Russians had great neuropsychologists, was that the sense of meaning, the sense of engagement that characterizes life when life is progressing in the manner that you would like it to progress is actually an instinct. It's not a cognitive phenomenon. It's not a second order consequence of thought. It's way deeper than that. It's an extraordinarily profound instinct. And so that's really worth thinking about, assuming, as you might, that we're adaptive creatures and that our instincts guide us in the world so that we can survive and so that we can reproduce and so that we can
can exist over long periods of time. The fact that an instinct of that depth exists and that it's associated with the sense of vital engagement in being, let's say, is a good indication, as good an indication as there is, that there's something truly real about it. And I would say that might even be more important than the knowledge of the role that the serotonin system plays in adjudicating hierarchical position. Because, we tend to think of meaning as something that people create as a secondary consequence through thinking or through philosophy or something like that. And when we think that, it's easy to criticize it, it's easy to become cynical about it, it's easy to lose faith in it. But when you understand that it actually is a much deeper phenomenon than that, and that the cognitive elements, the philosophical elements, are sort of like, they're like prawns on the top of the pond on a plant system that has unbelievably deep roots that go way down into the water. It's much, something about that that's much firmer and more solid. And I think the evidence that meaning is an instinct, a deep instinct, is overwhelming. I don't think that popular knowledge has caught up with that. I mean, the research it's not new, but it's been done, I would say, in the main in the last 30 years or so, and mostly by psychobiologists, like people who are really on the hard science end of psychology, and their work is difficult. It's technically difficult. It involves a lot of neurobiology, neuroanatomy, psychopharmacology. It's hard work. It's hard going, but it's unbelievably useful. What is meaningful, not what is expedient. Meaning is an instinct. Meaning is the instinct that guides you in life across the totality of life, right? What's expedient, that's what you might want to do right now in an impulsive sense, right? You're driven forward by anger or anxiety or frustration or disappointment or despair, some sort of one-eyed motivational monster that's got you in its grip. It really isn't considering everything at once, right? Considering your life tomorrow or your life next week or your family's life or maybe even your well-being half an hour from now. You lash out in anger, and it's people do that. It's understandable. Sometimes it's even necessary, but it's not wise generally. And the instinct for meaning seems to be a consequence of the integration of all of those underlying motivations and emotions with social being, and then the manifestation of something like the proper pathway forward. And you need that because you need to know how to move forward in life. Because you need to move forward in life. You need to act in life. And the other thing that's, I suppose, part and parcel of, let's say, 12 rules for life is the insistence upon action as of primary import. We're not fundamentally creatures who passively perceive the objective world. That's not the goal of our perceptual systems. It's not the goal of our memory. The reason that you have memories isn't to remember the past. The reason you have memories is so that if something bad happened to you in the past, you can figure out what it was that was bad, and you can figure out why it happened, and then you can not do it again in the future, right? It's very practical. And it's the same on the positive end of the spectrum. If good things happen to you in the past, then conceivably duplicating whatever you did to get those good things to happen could have them happen again in the future. So it's practical memory. And it's oriented towards action, and it's oriented towards like the quality of your life. I've gone around and spoken to a large proportion of my audience has been young men, I've been 30, something like that. And I've spoken to them a lot about responsibility. And what's so odd about this is that of all the things that I've spoken about, because I can see the audience and I can feel how the audience is reacting, because I'm always paying attention to all of you, insofar as I can manage that. So I get some sense of how what I'm saying is landing, But you have to do if you're going to speak effectively to people. And what happens is if I talk about responsibility, everyone is silent, just like they are now. Silent and not moving, right? Focusing, attentive. Say, pick up your responsibility. Pick up the heaviest thing you can and carry it. And the room goes quiet and everybody's eyes open. And I think, that really makes you very tough.
don't know why. I was speaking to an English journalist who used to write an article in the Spectator magazine. I was talking about this, and at the same point of the discussion, I had the same emotional reaction. I don't really understand it. So I think it's something about it that's so crucial because, we've been fed this unending diet of rights and freedoms, and there's something about that, especially, there's something about that that's so pathologically wrong. The people are starving for the antidote, and the antidote is truth and responsibility, right? And it isn't because that's what you should do in some I know better or someone knows better for you what you should do sense. That's the secret to meaningful life, and without the meaningful life, then all you have is suffering and nihilism and despair and all of that, and self-contempt, and that's not good. So it's necessary for men to stand up and take responsibility, and they all know that, and are starving for that message, and the message is more that that's also a good thing to stand up and take responsibility, because you're cursed so much now from when you're young with this notion that your active engagement with the world is part of what is destroying and undermining the planet and adding to the tyranny of the social system. It's like, how about not so much of that, eh? Because it's too soul deafening, it's anti-human right to the core. My sense instead is that, if you were able to reveal the best of yourself to you in the world, that you would be an overwhelming force for good, and that whatever errors might be made along the way would wash out in the works. And that's the other thing that we see in the Abrahamic story, because Abraham is not a perfect person by any stretch of the imagination. He's a real person, and he makes mistakes, but it doesn't matter. The overarching narrative is, maintain your covenant with God, and despite your inadequacies, then not only will you prevail, but your descendants will prevail. It's like, great, that's really good news, So it's been really something to see that in the story. We live in a society, you could say, and that's deep, It's not just human society. Like, we've lived in a society forever. So, lobsters live in dominance hierarchies, and they use their serotonin system, at least in part, to keep track of their dominance position. And so you can use antidepressants on lobsters when they get defeated, and they don't feel so bad for being defeated in a fight. And so just think about that. This antidepressants do the same thing to us. We're so bloody social that the circuits that evolved 300 million years ago, when the lobsters and us had a shared ancestor, are still operating at the base of your brain. That's why status is so important to people, and reputation. That serotonin system governs your emotional regulation. How people respond to you and what they think of you, man, that matters. That's why you're on Facebook all the time, and checking your texts, and obsessing continually about your online presence. So you're doing that, and contacting people frantically and seeing what the updates are. It's like, how are you held in the esteem of others? Very, very important, and that's because it determines your emotional regulation. It's really important. So we exist in a society, always. And the society has two elements. The tyrannical element of the society, that would be the tyrannical king, roughly speaking, a very common mythological theme. You see that in the Lion King too, right? That scar. And of course, you see it in the real world almost continually. And then the benevolent king, who is the source of all good things about culture. And you can see these things play out as mythologies in political terms. So I would say, for example, the continual harping about the oppressive nature of the patriarchy is part of a myth. And the myth is that society is oppressive. It's like, well, yeah, obviously, because you have to be quite a bit like you, and you have to be quite a bit like you, even if you're not, so that you can get along, right? Everybody sacrifices a tremendous amount of their individuality to the common to the common mode of being. There's a tyrannical element to that. But, by the same token, it's the basis of cooperation and the stability of society. Hey man, things aren't laying themselves out in front of you, the way that is necessary for you to live a full and engaged life.
Most participants participate in Reylan, showing also full physical activity awareness, and such as constantly participants play at moderate or vigorous intensity levels that will help them meet the recommended 16 minutes of physical activity on most days. Researchers say researchers say so-called exogenous may also help address longitudinal definition, because exogenous can trade in a variety of settings including unsafe neighborhoods, become increased opportunities for youth to engage in physical activities, and the crucial sedentary behavior and especially early and lowering in Australia, in Canada and college with right in pediatric exercise during these activities in which individual players and groups interact in a physical active way to equilibrate and dancing games, virtual bicycles, balance for simulators, and virtual sports simulators. And therefore experiment activity or computer and active and again consoles such as Nintendo W WWI. Video instructs the player's movement and spin activity to reach a goal, while three-fourths or 73% boosted at a moderate or vigorous level of physical intensity that would count towards meeting the recommended physical activity guidelines. Researchers also found that exercise vigilance like music and dance revolution, which requires a high amount of energy, were among the most popular active video games. The study shows that boys are more likely to play non-active video games and girls are more likely to play active video games. And researchers also found that most children who played active video games played at home, but many also played at friends' homes. Hence, new role for active video games. Researchers say that active video games may have a unique role in the battle against nursing childhood obesity era. It is possible that girls may be uncomfortable exercising at school or in community settings because the feeling is routinized or judged, and therefore prefer exercising at home or with friends. So researchers would right lack of skill-based exercising may represent a missed opportunity to trigger some people to another form of physical activity. They write the possibility of exercising in community settings or at schools needs to be tested in research on the sustainability of surveying environment.
life and not be cynical and bitter and twisted and cruel and vengeful and disappointed and all of that. It's just possible that you're not aiming at the right thing. And man, that is a question. That is a question worth asking. Well, it's a question people do ask. It's like, well, what's the purpose of life? Well, it's the same question. What should I aim at? Those are the same questions. And you know, if what you're aiming at is producing nothing but unrequited misery for you and everyone else, and it's a downhill bloody spiral into something approximating hell, then there is some possibility that you should think that perhaps your aim is off. So, and I don't want to overplay my hand on that either, too, because I know perfectly well that, you know, say, well, if you're miserable and sick, it's because there's something, bad about you. Because then that would be the case for everyone. Always, whenever they get ill, if you could just blame the old people, it's like, well, it's just right that you're sick, that you're a bad person. It happens a lot, actually, to ill people, and it's an unfortunate thing. So I know there's an element of chance to all this, and I don't want to downplay that. We are dust in the wind. It's a terrible cliche from a 70s rock song. We're blowing hither and thither by events that are somewhat beyond our control, but that's still not the point. The point is that to a large degree, you can determine the manner in which the world manifests itself to you by changing your aim. And so then that opens up the entire domain of philosophy. What good is philosophy? People think that all the time. What good is philosophy? It's like, hey, philosophy is about value. Well, what use is value? Well, value determines your aim. Well, who cares what your aim is? Well, your aim determines the manner in which the world lays itself out to you emotionally. Well, who cares about that? No one says that. The argument stops there because no one, especially no one who's been seriously hurt or seriously depressed, like in pain, no one ever says, oh, well, who cares about that? Because if you can say that about your pain, all that means is you actually have to be in pain.
As you're watching this, some of the last old growth trees and rainforests of prosperity Colombia.
The next best predictor of lifetime success is conscientiousness. Well, so, and of the two aspects of conscientiousness, say orderliness and industriousness, the better predictor is industriousness. So the question is, well, what can you do about your industriousness? And the answer to that is, well, that's kind of rough too, because there's a strong genetic component. But you can work on micro habits with regards to your conscientiousness. And I think the best micro habits, this is partly to do with this future authoring program processes. I think the best thing you can do with regards to your conscientiousness is to set up some aims for yourself, goals that you actually value. And the future authoring program helps people do that. And basically, it does a situational analysis it helps you do a situational analysis of your life more than a psychological analysis, I would say. And so the questions are something like, well, all right, you're going to have to put some effort into your life. And you need to be motivated to do that. And so what are the potential sources of motivation? Well, you can think about them in the big five manner. If you're extroverted, you want friends. If you're agreeable, you want an intimate relationship. If you're disagreeable, you want to win competitions. If you're open, you want to engage in creative activity. If you're high neuroticism, you want security. Okay, so those are all sources of potential motivation that you could draw on, that you could, and what your newest thing is walking in the maze, and you walk all 4 quadrants, and you get to the middle, which is where you want to be. You want to be in the middle. Well, how do you get there? You walk everywhere. And what does that mean? It means every bloody time you're offered an opportunity, take it. With your skills. And that's better than wealth, by the way. In fact, it actually constitutes wealth, because wealth constitutes what you have when someone takes all your money away. Right? That's real wealth. And so the way that you build up that sort of wealth is you turn yourself into someone who's competent in multiple directions. And you can be doing that all the time, right? Especially with the kind of technology that few people have access to. I mean, you can learn anything you want whenever you want. So what a good deal that is, man. And so there's easy fruit hanging that you can pick, and I would recommend you do that. So here's an example. Let's say you're not doing too bad, so maybe you're in the middle of a normal distribution, then you lose your job. Okay, and so let's say you're a conscientious person. And we can say, just for the sake of argument, that you lose your job because of mass layoffs in your company. So that's nothing to do with you. It's fundamentally, it's just like luck of the draw, basically. But then what happens to you? Well, if you're conscientious, you're gonna go after yourself pretty hard. So you're gonna, and especially if you're also high in neuroticism, it's gonna depress you to lose your job. And maybe you're in a situation where you just, for one reason or another, you don't have that many other opportunities. Now, maybe you should look for them, but maybe you're in a depressed strata of the economy, or you're geographically located somewhere that makes moving difficult, or so on and so forth, you know. So, but you lose your job, and then you start to get depressed because of that. Well, then as you start to get depressed, you know, it decreases the probability that you're going to look for a job, but also maybe starts to put stress on your family, and also starts to decrease the probability that you're going to engage in positive social interactions. So now not only are you unemployed and suffering from economic stress, but your marriage is starting to suffer, and you're starting to...
Bring your business online with GoDaddy. Start by finding the right domain. There's millions to choose from. Our reliable WordPress hosting plans ensure you get 99.9% uptime and fast load times. Keep your site and customers secure with a protection plan that best suits your needs. Professional email builds trust with your customers and helps grow your business. Get all the help and tools you need to succeed online. Visit GoDaddy.com today.
There's this thing that exists that's this multi-headed snake, and it's got this infinity problem. It's everywhere. That's what we're looking at there. And the problem is, well, when you do it, you put up one head, 7 more grow. That's the eternal problem of life. And the problem is, there is the category of problems in life, and it ain't going anywhere. So the question is, can you deal with the whole category at the same time? That's the thing. That's how to be in the world. It's to deal with that category all at the same time. And so how do human beings, what do they come up with as a solution? That's so cool too, because the solution they come up with not only was the heroism that allows you to approach what you're terrified by and what you find offensive and to learn from it, but also the idea of sacrifice, and that was played out by cultures everywhere, including human sacrifice. And you think, what the hell was up with this? Pastors so long ago, they were sacrificing to gods all the time. What kind of clueless community was that? Burning something, please God. Burn something valuable and please God. Like, what was with them? What were they thinking? Well, they weren't stupid, those people. They were stupid. We wouldn't be here. They were not stupid. Believe me, we lived under a lot harsher conditions than we did. So those were some tough ancestors as stupid. There's no real evidence that we're much different cognitively than we were 150,000 years ago. So, anyways, sacrifice. What does that mean, sacrifice? Well, it's a discovery, man. It's the discovery of the future. It's like the future is actually the place where there is threat. It's always going to be there. So what do? You sacrifice in the present so that the future is better. Right? Everyone does that. That's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing here. That's what your parents are doing when they pay money to send you to university. You can bargain with reality. It's amazing. You can bargain with reality. You can forestall gratification now. And it'll pay off at a place in time that doesn't even exist yet. It's like, who would have believed that? It's like, that's a miracle that occurs. And it's not like people just figured that out overnight. You know, we were kids, for Christ's sake. Like, how are we going to come up with an idea like that? Well, it's like, well, we thought about it for 7 million years. And, you know, we got to the point where we kind of acted out. But we didn't know what we were doing. But it emerged like a dream. So the terror of the future is a dream. And the solution to the terror, the dream of the terror of the future, is another dream. And it comes out in mythology and in fantasy and in drama, where you act out and sacrifice. And then it's a step on the way to full understanding. So we can say sacrifice now instead of doing it. You know, although we still do it. It's just not concretized like it used to be. We do it abstractly, and we all have faith that it will work. You know, and we also set up our society so that it'll work. One thing about, you know, I'm not a fan of moral relativism for a variety of reasons. Partly because I think it's an extreme form of cowardice. But anyways, apart from that, no. There's minimal ways that you can set up a society that will work. And so one of them is that the society has to be set up so that your sacrifices will pay off, or you won't work, and then the society will die. And so it has to make promises. People have to make promises to one another. And that's what money is. Money is a promise that your sacrifice will pay off in the future. That's what money is. And so if the society is stable, you can store up your work right now. You can sacrifice your impulses and you can work, and you can store up credit for the future. And then you can make the future a better place. But society has to be stable enough to allow for that. Hyperinflation will do you in. So the promise that's implicit in the currency is the promise that what you're doing now will pay off in the future. And if people don't have that promise, then, well, we know what they do. Because in gangs, for example, in say gangs in North America, the time horizon for gang members shrinks rapidly. They don't really expect to be alive that much past 21. And so they get really impulsive and violent. And like, why the hell not? That's what you do when the future doesn't matter, when it's not real. You default back to living in the moment and take what you can get right now. And no wonder, because you don't know if you're going to be around in a year. And you get whatever you can, well, you can bloody well get it. And that's like anarchy in that state. And so you don't want to live in, some people like to live in that state. They're required for that, you know. So they're much more comfortable with those conditions. They're kind of like warrior types, I would say, in some sense. But, you know, for most people, that's just red. That stress will just do you in, you know, the stress of a life like that. So I've said that some people will tell you that the purpose of life is to be happy, and those people are idiots. And it's a bit of a rough statement, but what I meant by that, it was actually inspired by a statement by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who was the great critic of the Soviet prison system. And he commented that happiness is something that's done in by the first harsh blow that reality deals with. And I believe this to be the case. There are many circumstances in life where happiness is not only the wrong response, but also where the expectation of happiness as a response will put you, the person attempting to be happy, in absolutely the wrong psychological state to be prepared for what must be done. People are built, so to speak, to experience a very wide range of motivational and emotional states. time to be compassionate, and there's a time to be aggressive, and there's a time to be in pain, and there's a time to be anxious, and there's a time to be joyous, and a time to be satisfied. And a healthy and well-adapted person has a very wide range of finely differentiated responses, which cannot be boiled down to a single dimension, so happiness versus unhappiness. Life is not that simple. If it was, we'd only have one emotional system. Making happiness the focal point of your life trivializes your experiences, because in order to regard anything as truly important, you also have to regard its loss as truly meaningful. And that means that to open yourself up to experiences of deep meaning also simultaneously means that you have to open yourself up to the possibility of deep hurt and sorrow. It's something strange that I've observed with my students is that when I state the proposition to them clearly that life is suffering and that the purpose of life is not happiness, they actually experience that as a great relief. And the reason I believe that they experience it as great relief is they already know it. You know, even if they wouldn't necessarily articulate that, their experience has taught them that life is complex and tragic and difficult. And the problem with the public portrayal of the ideal state of humanness as happiness is that it makes all of these people, young people, feel ashamed of their own suffering. They feel that if they're suffering and if they find their life tragic in its essence, that means that there's something wrong with them. And instantly that makes it impossible for them to communicate anything real about their own tragedy. And so it appears to me that the price we pay for viewing is suffering. And then the issue there, I believe that this is what the greater religious traditions of the world have been attempting to elucidate, is that the purpose of life, given that, is to identify and follow a mode of being that makes life justifiable, even given the radical necessity of suffering. If you're constantly in a state of placidity, satisfaction, and happiness, then that's going to affect you deeply. Not your own suffering, not the suffering of other people, not injustice, not the horrors of the world. Nothing's going to affect you deeply enough so that you'll become deep. And life without depth is, by definition, shallow and meaningless. And there's a problem that's associated with that. Because life is tragic and because life involves suffering, if your philosophy is shallow and meaningless when you suffer, you'll become resentful and hostile and self-critical, and then you'll become cruel and destructive. And so not only is there a necessity for your own mental health to forthrightly confront the deepest questions of life, but if you don't, then you remain a danger to yourself and maybe more importantly others. You know, as an adolescent, you also shed childhood potential to become the limited but specialized and potentially useful thing that people will become. And so you might say, well, is it worth it? Is it worth shedding that potential? And Peter Pan's answer to that is, well, no. He wants to remain in Neverland as a magical boy forever. He's king of the lost boys, which I would say is not very, it's not much of a dominance strategy, right? It's like you're the king of the losers, so to speak, people who can't get their act together and mature. Now, you notice in Peter Pan that Peter Pan doesn't grow up, he doesn't establish a relationship with Wendy, who's actually real. He has to settle for Tinkerbell, who is a fairy, and they don't exist. So she's really, in some sense, a figure of his imagination, because he won't mature. He can't have an actual relationship with a genuine person. So he has to satisfy himself with, well, it's something like a pornographic fantasy, actually. So seriously, it is like that. I mean, it's totally hung a lot in the movie version, obviously, but still, that's what's underlying it. Now, you might say, well, why doesn't Peter Pan want to grow up? And the answer is, the only figure of authority that's around for him is Captain Hook. And he doesn't like Captain Hook, and that's because Captain Hook is a tyrant, he's brutal, and he's also a coward, because he's lost a hand already to a crocodile with clocking and stuff. That's chaos and time. That's the dragon that lives underneath everything. It's like the basilisk in Harry Potter. And that damn crocodile's already got a piece of it, which is exactly the case. Like, that crocodile's got a piece of me. I'm older than 50. finite and limited into account. And if you're terrified by that, which people tend to be, then it can easily turn you into a tyrant. Because you're afraid of everything, you're disgusted by everything, and you have to ramp up the amount you control it. And so Peter Pan looks at Captain Hook and thinks, there's no damn way that's what I want to end up at. He's got a bad role model. I keep telling people online in various ways, and they should start fixing up the world by cleaning up your room. I wanted to just elaborate on that a little bit before I get back to the lecture itself. So, because it's become this weird internet meme, you know, and it's a joke, and good, it's a joke. I'm really happy about the fact that so much of this is stuff that believe in a humor, and it's really important, because that's what stops things from degenerating into conflict, humor. And I was thinking about this idea of cleaning up your room in relationships, and it must be some idea. And you see, the thing about cleaning up your room, this is also something I learned from Carl Jung and his studies on alchemy, because for Jung, when the alchemist was attempting to make the philosopher's stone, he was not only engaged in the transformation of the material world, but he was engaged in the process of self-transformation that occurred at the same time as the chemical transformation. So it was a psychological work in some sense. Let's say you want to sort out your room and beautify it, because the beauty is also important. And let's say that all you have is just a little room, like you're not rich, you're poor, and you don't have any power, that's another thing. But you've got the damn room, and you've got this space right in front of you, you know, it's a part of the cosmos that you can come to grips with. And you might think, well, what's there in front of you, right in front of you? And the answer to that is it depends on how open your eyes are. That's the proper answer. You could say, William Blake said this, for example. Aldous Huxley made comments that were very similar. In a transcendent state, you can see infinity in the finite. You might say, well, you can see infinity in what you have within your grasp if you look. And you can say, maybe that's the case with your room. And so you want to clean up your room. Well, okay, how do you do that exactly? Well, a room is a place to sleep. And so if you set your room up properly, then you figure out how to sleep and when you should sleep and how you should sleep. And then you figure out when you should wake up. And then you figure out, well, what clothes you should wear, because they have to be arranged properly in your dresser. Then you have to have some place to put your clothes. You're going to have some clothes, you have to figure out what you're going to wear those clothes to do, right? And then that means you have to figure out what you're going to do. And then your room has to serve that purpose, because otherwise it isn't set up properly. And if it doesn't serve your purposes, you will be unhappy and not happy in the room, because the way that we perceive the world is as a place to move from point A to point B in. And then if the place that we're in facilitates that movement, then we're happy to be there. And if the place that we're in serves as an obstacle to that movement, then we're unhappy to be there. And so what it means to set up your room is that you have to have somewhere to go that's worthwhile, or you can't set up your room, and then your room has to be set up to facilitate that. And then the next thing is, well, maybe you have to make it beautiful. But that's not easy, right? That means you have to have some taste. And that doesn't mean you have to have money. It doesn't. Because you can be garish with money. And you can be tasteful with nothing. All you need is taste. And taste beats money when it comes to beautifying things. You know, I don't think money is trivial, because it's not. But taste is crucial. People who are very artistically oriented can make beautiful things out of virtually nothing. And not only that, the literature suggests that if you're going to make beautiful things, putting real constraints on what you allow yourself to do facilitates creativity instead of interfering with it. Because let's say you have to make something out of nothing, right? Which I suppose would be a broadly act, right? You have to make something out of nothing. You have to be creative in order to do that. And so then to beautify your room means that you also have to develop your capacity to be creative. And so then you can make your room shine. But then what will happen is that if your family isn't together, they will interfere with that. You'll interfere with that because you won't have the discipline to do it properly. But then when you start building this little microcosm of perfection with what you have at hand, then you'll really go all pathology with everyone in your household. They'll wonder what the hell you're up to in there. And they won't necessarily be happy, because if they're in a lonely place, let's say, and so are you, and you kind of move out of that, then the higher you move out of that, the more the place they're in looks bad. And you might say, well, what they should do is celebrate your victory over chaos and evil, but that isn't what will happen. What will happen instead is that they will attempt to pull you back down. They'll attempt to, I mean, obviously all families don't do that, but all families do that to some degree, and some families do almost nothing but that. And so what that means is that if you're going to organize your room, then you're going to have to confront the devils in your house. And that's often a terrifying thing, because some of those devils have lineages that go back many, many, many generations. And God only knows what you have to struggle with in order to overcome that. And so to sort yourself out as you fix up your room is a non-trivial matter, and you can do that. You'll learn by doing that, and then maybe you'll learn enough by doing that so that you can fix up your family a little bit, and then having done that, you'll have enough character so that when you try to operate in the world at your job or maybe in the broader social spheres, that you'll be a force for good instead of harm, because you'll have learned some humility by knowing just how difficult it was to put your damn room together, and yourself for that matter. And so you'll proceed cautiously with your eyes open towards the good. And God, very frequently, these families have provided them with too much protection. And they know it themselves, but that means they're deprived of necessity. One of the things that you see in the United States, for example, is that children of first generation immigrants often do better than their children. And the reason for that is because the children of first generation immigrants have necessity driving them. And you don't know how much you need necessity to drive you, because if you're not very disciplined, and if a catastrophe doesn't immediately befall you, if you don't act forthrightly today, then maybe you never act forthrightly, right? Because the gap between your foolishness and the punishment is lengthened by your unearned wealth, and so you never grow up and learn, and you have to keep yourself away from your dependency in order to allow necessity to drive you forward. And that's to become independent and to become mature. And I think part of what's happening in our culture is that the force that's attacking the forthright movement forward of young men in particular is afraid of the power of men, because it's confused about the distinction between power and authority and confidence.
of